carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
A very good afternoon to everybody, and what a nice way to start our sunset safari with a Birchall starling. It's just busy preening itself and giving off a little call for the afternoon. As you can see, it is nice and sunny here at Djuma Private Game Reserve in Sabi Sands, South Africa. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Cedric, and behind the camera with me on Rusty, we've got Gert. Thanks for joining. Well, it is a beautiful afternoon. As I say, we are sitting here with this Birchall starling for the start of the sunset safari. Always nice just to watch him, especially when the sun hits those feathers just perfect. And you get those beautiful bluish, greenish colors just bouncing off. But as you can see, it is a live and interactive show. So if you've got any comments or questions, suggestions that you want to send through to us, and if you are watching on the WildEarth website or the app, make sure that you register so you can send them through. Joining us this afternoon on Wendy is going to be Lauren and Owen. Up in Madikwe, we've got Richarda and Lloyd. In Pridelands, Liam and BK. And in the very, very wet Amakala in the Eastern Cape, we've got Ralph. Welcome back, Ralph, and Morgan. All right, let's go. My plans for this afternoon, first of all, not too long from now, I've got a private safari that's going to be happening very shortly. But yes, I'm looking forward to that. It's going to be quite interesting. But for now, I think I am going to head towards Gowrie Dam, maybe to Buffelshoek Dam, go take a look around that area, just to see if we can follow up a little bit on those lions from this morning. I am going to head towards those 4 young Nkuhuma male lions to see if they're still around there at the fire break. And yeah, never know. See what else is out here for the afternoon. We're very excited, always getting out on a good old Sunday afternoon for a safari. But it is quite warm today. But yes, I think let's go and take a look at the weather today.
Superb. Well, partly cloudy and about 28 degrees at most of our locations, I think. Winter in Pridelands.
Iconic African mammals live large in humanity's imagination. Across the continent, fascinating mammals have evolved to fill every conceivable niche. Their struggles for survival, natural and anthropogenic, mirror those of wildlife the world over. Because they are so beguiling, Africa's mammals have become ambassadors for the Earth's remaining wilderness.
All right, back with me here as I'm just passing Gowrie Dam now, so to the right of me. I'm going to head straight on Centre Roll Road. Of course, that's a road here, Central. And just going to move slowly along here. One thing we've been very fortunate here on Djuma over the last few days, it seems like a few of those nice herds of elephants have been coming back onto Djuma, which is always nice, always lovely to see elephants. I think, you know, if we get to see big herds of elephants, especially with the little calves, there's nothing more enjoyable than sitting with them and just watching them while they go do their day-to-day feeding and drinking, and yes, it's always nice. Always nice. Mac, yes, good day to you too, Mac. Thanks for joining us, Mac. Let's see if we are going to get some great sightings for this afternoon. I'm sure we are. I'm sure there's lots that's going to be happening around here today. As always, not just with us. Sorry, I just thought I saw something on a termite mound here in the drainage line behind the dam wall. So I just want to quickly get look on that termite mound. I might be wrong. No, there's nothing. Yeah, I see there's a mountain a little bit further in. Alright, well, we are going to continue with South Central and continue looking around here in this drainage line. Maybe we are lucky with something. Let's head over to Lauren as she's sitting at Baobab Dam.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the other half of the Djuma team. We are starting with really quite a beautiful scene. All the hippos are out the water, chilling, living the chill life, sunbathing. The sun is glistening on the water, and we are in fact at Baobab Dam. What a start, what an afternoon. Good afternoon, my name is Lauren and Uncle Owen is on camera. Sir Owen, sorry. I'll manage that next time. Sir Owen is on camera. And we've already got hippos on our list for the ranger race. So it's not a new species, but still it is just a beautiful scene. And I was a little bit busy this morning with a private safari, but I'm really going to focus on the ranger race this afternoon. I'm going to try and build up my species list. Can't let Cedric beat me. The key is to look for birds, look for insects, look for reptiles. Around some of the dams we'll be able to get some reptiles and really try and expand further than just mammals. Because of course the mammal numbers are limited. You got oxpeckers, excellent. Don't know whether it's red-billed or yellow-billed, but I'm going to guess red. Nice one, Sir Owen. I'm scanning with my binos just in case I can see anything else. Baobab Dam's really beautiful. Dark mane lover, you can't wait to have sun. Fun. Sorry. It's been a long day. Sorry, dark mane lover. You want sun and you want fun. Well, you'll get both, okay? You will get both this afternoon. I'm sure of it. The ranger race will bring all sorts of delight, competitiveness, and just overall hilariousness, I'm sure. Isn't this wonderful? I haven't seen sort of a big herd of hippos like this in a while. We might try Chitwa today. Chitwa's a bit of a tricky one now, which is sad. But you know what, we'll give it a go. And that's going to be a really good place to build up the species. Especially if we can see a crocodile. Matt, me too. They're making it look so great, aren't they? I'm trying to protect myself from the sun these days. I've grown up a little bit and realized that all the hours in the sun that I spend is probably not a good thing. So if you're a hippo, you've got your own inbuilt sunscreen that you produce. How amazing is that? So I would love to be one of these hippos as well. Go in the water when you're too hot, come out when you want to chill. Your food is here, friends are here, your sunscreen is here. Could it be any better? But my plan today really is to find as many species as I can, pop into the hyena den, and of course it would be really nice to see a leopard. I try not to fixate too much on those things, but it has really been a while now since I've seen one, so today I will fixate. Looks like glitter in the background. It's beautiful. Gorgeous scenes at Baobab Dam.
Attention all nature enthusiasts and budding safari rangers. Get ready for an epic showdown in the wild. From July 30th to August 1st, witness our skilled rangers competing head-to-head, racing to identify the most animal species. Only one will be crowned king or queen of the ranger race. Don't miss your chance to be part of this thrilling adventure. Jump on board and join the race.
Heart is pumping right now.
David, Wild Thing, once again, thank you so much for your donation. It's muchly appreciated, and we definitely want to bring, well, our mission is to bring nature to the world. And well, if you want to help, just like David Wild Thing, just jump on board. All right, let's what do you think, Gert? Head into another direction. I think Nyala south, north. North. All right, let's do north. can't see that leopard tracks anymore. Might be on the other side.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to a very windswept Pridelands eco-training's property just outside the town of Hoedspruit. My name is Liam Burrow. I'm the naturalist in the driver's seat today, and BK Uhuru is the man behind the lens. Just over my right shoulder here, we've got a wonderful group of plains zebra trying to take cover from this gusting wind out of the west behind a couple of sickle bushes. Also blended in are a couple of giraffe, a lot of impala on the plains behind them. It's quite an African scene this afternoon. As I say though, very windy conditions. This can present a little bit of a challenge for us going out in pursuit of wildlife. Yeah, you can imagine for many of these animals that rely on their senses to stay out of the way of predators, swirling wind tends to distort their senses of smell, their sense of hearing, even their sense of sight with all the grass and the vegetation moving. I think from the perspective of something like a zebra, every bush could have a lion behind it. It's quite a panicked time. But yeah, the life is still out there. We've just got to probably cover a little bit of extra ground to find it. That's all good. We've got diesel and lots of time. Good afternoon there, Giraffe Girl. Nice to have you on board with us this afternoon. Hopefully some excitement in store. There's bound to be. We don't get tons and tons of things like zebra on this Pridelands concession. I guess the habitat is not exactly suited to their needs. They prefer flat open plains, of which we only have 2 or 3 segments. But yeah, what a pleasure to have them today. Anyway, I think time now to check in with Lauren doing some birding.
I do have a red-crested corehorn here. Sadly, it was out in the open. But I think, here we go, we can just see his head. Yes, we can definitely see. I can definitely add that to my list. It's my first one since coming back, actually. In Madikwe, they are everywhere. And that call is quite hard to listen to sometimes if you're right next to it. It can actually be very deafening for us. It's very high-pitched. And Davy actually really struggles to listen to that call. It's everywhere in Madikwe. No matter which road you drive, you hear the red-crested corehorn call. And of course, it's the male singing his little heart out. And it's really not too often you get to see that red crest. It's there. And when you see it, oh wow, you see it. But it's hidden with the feathers at the crown of the head. It's concealed, if you like. And they'll only raise it really briefly for a few seconds during a display for the female. But when he shows it, it can be quite magnificent. And this is the male here. If you look at the back of the head, you see nothing. Oh, but when he's ready, you'll see this big tuft of red rufous feathers. He can see you. It's quite confusing from a distance to identify the red-crested corhan and the black-bellied bustard. I'm always cautious until I get my binos out and I'm able to properly look and then say, ah, it's the corhan. It's amazing how they just disappear into the grass like that. Gary, all birds have a courtship display to some extent. But of course, we often think of the birds of paradise and all those elaborate dances that some birds do when they're ready to mate and when they're trying to attract the attention of the females. Those birds that are polygamous are a lot more elaborate and loud and bright than those birds that are monogamous. But even the monogamous birds have some sort of display, yes. But it's not sort of equal across the board. You need to let the member of the opposite sex know you're ready. You need to maybe attract a member of the opposite sex. So whether it's vocalizing or hurling yourself up in the air and dropping, like this bird here, or maybe rolling like a roller, getting breeding plumage, building nests, there will be some form of display. Even food delivery, that's included in courtship rituals, courtship displays, doing things for the opposite sex. Even mutual preening, that's a ritual, maybe not a display, but that's a ritual that birds do, especially monogamous pairs. They start mutually preening one another, tending to one another to say, hey, you, it's time to mate. That the red-crested corhan, my goodness, that call is very loud, and the display is really crazy. They fly up into the air, then they close their wings and they just drop. It literally looks like they're falling outside. Well, not outside, out of the sky. It looks like they've just died up there and they're just falling. That's why they're called the suicide bird. And then just before they hit the ground, they open their wings again and fly off. They're not falling at all. It's very much part of their display. It's really crazy to watch. And sometimes if you're just driving, you'll see things dropping out of the sky and you'll think, huh? And then you realize it's a red-crested corhan. Oh, and I think we need to keep bumbling. We have got lots of different animals to find in order to increase our numbers on this list. So let us move. We have got some impala, but we've already got impala on the list. So we're going to go and see what else we can find.
Hi, my name is Claire. WildEarth has been part of this home for many years as it connects us to the bush and the culture that we love and miss so much. I became an explorer so that other people around the world can get to experience the African bush in this unique way as well. I am beyond excited that I was drawn to win the prize at Amakhala Game Reserve for 3 nights. It is truly a dream come true.
Sign up today and you could be the one experiencing it for yourself.
Right at Buffelshoek Dam, and we just had 2 elephants in the water, and they moved right through the water, getting to the other side, and it looks like they want to get to the rest of the herd. As you can see, a nice herd of elephants around here. Most of them have just finished having a drink for the afternoon, and now you can see a little bit of playtime, a little bit of greeting. A big male there, you can see he's half wet, so it's like he's half dark and half light, so he's one of the males that walked pretty much right through one of the inflows of the dam area. So he came from the north coming south to the rest. Beautiful, beautiful males. I think he just wants to investigate on this herd. As you can see, he's going from one female to the next female. A little youngster coming to greet him. I was really hoping he was going to have a little bit of a swim, but clearly not. Oh, sorry Jesse, we say it's raining in the UK and we would love to be just chilling with these elephants now, right, while you're in the sun. Well, Jesse, it's fine. As long as we can bring the sun and some elephants to your screen, then that's alright. Just grab yourself a nice hot cup of chocolate. I'm sure it must be cold there if it's raining. And enjoy the sunset safari with us. You can see that female. See, she's also getting pestered by another male that's just behind her. Of course, he's reaching over and grabbing some of the leaves there, but I think these 2 males they came in just to see if they could take a chance with one or two of these females, but it seems like it's all calmed down for now. The wind has just picked up again. And of course we've got our buffaloes in the water. Oh, not buffaloes. I always say hippos. Hippos, Cedric. Hippos. And of course they weren't in the water. They were actually outside the water just now. You see that little bit of sand in the background. So they were actually resting up outside the water. And once these elephants made their way down to the dam, of course these hippos decided, okay, well, let them rather get back into the water. They feel much safer. I think they feel a little bit more vulnerable on the outskirts. Maybe this female will decide to come and drink for us. Well, we're going to sit here at Buffelshoek Dam and see what else is going to be coming down. Maybe these elephants will decide to return to the water. I doubt it, but let's see. But while we do that, let's head over to Madikwe as Trishala wants to say good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. Welcome to Madikwe Game Reserve. We are looking at some zebra who obviously have an in and are listening to our director because we had a nice clear view, and as soon as he said we're coming to you to say hello, the zebra decided to go behind a bush. Hi everyone, it's me, Trishala. I've got Lloyd on camera. And we are, I'm still a little bit husky, please do forgive me. We're here actually near Jamala Waterhole, which I'm really excited about, because if you've watched Live at the Waterhole, which plays between the sunrise and the sunset, or in that middle of the daytime, we have a cam there at Jamala Waterhole, so I'm really excited to go see it in person. I spent so much time watching the waterhole from afar, or remotely rather, that I'd like to go and meet it in person. So I'm quite excited about that. We're just, so it's in the middle of this block, or towards the edge of this block, so we're just slowly making our way in that direction. We just thought we'd see and stop for these zebra first. Maybe they'll make their way down to the waterhole as well. They've certainly made their way out of our view. Shall we try reposition just a little bit? Stevie D, hi Stevie D, thank you for joining us. Good afternoon from the UK, you say. Well, a good afternoon from the northwest province in South Africa. Let's try. See if we can find the zebra again. Here we go. I found the zebra and the giraffe to be really relaxed here. Is that okay, Lloyd? Okay. Here we go. This one's actually close. And recently I've just been looking, well, I've been seeing lots of zebras, so that's probably why, but I've been looking at identifying features. And this particular zebra, which we've been watching for some time, has very, very light legs. You can see that the lines in it are very, very, very faint. It's only really at the back that there's a couple lines along the legs. Otherwise, it's super faint. And as you all probably already know, these lines are like fingerprints, so they're individual to each animal. Oh, we've got some flatulence going on there. Cosmic Carol, hi Cosmic Carol. What am I hoping to see this afternoon? Well, I will tell you, I am really excited to go and see the Jamala waterhole. I would like to spend some time with elephants, as I always do. Also reports of lions quite close to our camp, but we weren't able to pick on anything of them. Also, the soil is quite hard, so it's really packed, so it makes tracking a little bit difficult. So I've been stopping at every kind of patch of sandiness where we would be able to look at tracks clearly. But even this morning, people were still having a look around for the lions and nobody was able to find them just yet. So maybe we'll get lucky, because after Jamala, which is the waterhole right here, after here we're going to move further up, maybe peek through in the west, which we haven't gotten to do. Madikwe Game Reserve is really large, 75,000 hectares. So it takes a while to get around. And so far we've already been investigating the east, still in the east here, but coming to Jamala is us. So that's one thing I'm really excited about. But I don't know, I'm just, you know me, Cosmic Candy. I want to do everything, look at everything, just see what the bush has to offer. Cosmic Carol.
We love all the support. We read all the comments, and now we want to acknowledge our biggest fans. Do you know when Ribbon was seen last? Or the names of June's cubs? Do you remember the last time we were up close and personal with an elephant? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you are in for a treat. WildEarth's Fan of the Month. We are looking for you. For more details, make sure to read our monthly mailer and keep an eye out on our social media pages. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Oh, and we've got a woodpecker. I need to swing you right round again. 180. Up. I've also lost visual. Hold on. Can you see it, Owen? Yes, well done, well done. I don't know which woodpecker. Man, I haven't seen woodpecker in a while. Up here, you've got it. I haven't seen a woodpecker in so long. I can't really see its head. Is it the Bennets? Yeah, I also can't see red. Definitely a woodpecker. I wonder if it's a cardinal, actually. I think it's a female cardinal.
So Pridelands still managing to deliver on the sightings this afternoon in spite of gusty, dusty, hot conditions. We're down here at Leopard Dam up in the north of the property with a nice breeding herd of elephants. Yeah, sadly that magnificent Tusker Ezulwini crossed out of our property into Jijani this morning. So for those of you who were on board for the sunrise safari, that might be the last we see of him for a while. I could be wrong, he might make a loop and pop back in. But yeah, even if that is the last we see of him for a while, I'm extremely grateful to have had the chance to see him at least twice. And there are many more Ellies around. This is not a massive breeding herd, maybe only 10 or 15 individuals, but quite a few youngsters and a couple of big cows too. Arguably one of the most structured family units in nature. Aaron, that's an excellent question. Ellies don't do a whole lot of sleeping to speak of at all. So they spend about 18 hours of their day collecting food. Their sleep, their total sleep, probably comes to about an hour to maybe 2 hours total for the entire day. Yeah, it's a commonly held myth that elephants only sleep standing up. Even the very biggest of bulls, the likes of Ezulwini, will occasionally lie down flat on his side, curled up like a Labrador next to the fire, and he will nap. But not for long. Perhaps even just a couple of minutes at a time, spread throughout the day. For that reason, I think I'm quite glad I'm not an elephant. I don't function very well on on no sleep. The term bear with a sore head could be thrown around quite nicely. Lack of sleep and lack of food, not a pleasant character. Well, it seems like we got here just in time. Our little breeding herd has wrapped things up. It looks like they're heading off into the woodlands to the south. Anyway, speaking of checking water holes, time to check in with Trishala, who I believe is on her way or perhaps arriving at a nice water hole in Madikwe.
We have made it to the Jamala waterhole. Does it look familiar to you? I love it. It's one of my favorite waterholes to be at when we do live at the waterhole, and we've already got a heaps of 1, 2, 3, 4. There were many others, 5. It was just giraffe heads popping up all over the place, and then on top of that, we obviously have the zebra, and my favorite. Oh, one of my favorites. Whenever I say that, I need to take it back. Some elephants are coming down. This is amazing. It's so nice to see it in person. Now, when I watch it through the camera, it always looks like there's very little water, but in fact, seems to be quite a bit. Now, I'm wondering, I hadn't done live at the waterhole for a couple weeks, maybe a week or 2, or maybe 10 days. And I'm wondering maybe some water was pumped since then. Maybe you guys will be able to tell me. But from where I'm sitting right now, in person, there's a lot of water here. And that's going to mean that these elephants are going to have a great time. Looks like Mum, her littlest calf, and that calf's eldest sibling. A sweet little family coming down to drink. It's so cool to see this. Obviously, it is quite windy, so just bear with us. And this wind is very cold as well. And you can also see the what do you call it? The canopy of the vehicle. Hi, Wildflower. Thank you. I love being back on drives. Thank you very much. Hello, guys. Yes, you've got to come around this way. We know because the pipe that fills the water holes around there. Yes, that's where you guys like to drink, isn't it? Also, Cosmic Carol. I'm so sorry I called you Cosmic Candy earlier. Obviously, we've got sweet stuff on the mind. That loud flapping you're hearing is the canopy as well. Just keep that in mind. We do apologize for that. I can't describe how cool it is to see this in person. I wonder if those buffalo bulls, those Duggar boys that have been visiting us at the Jamala Waterhole during live at the Waterhole, I wonder if they'd come down. Hi, Peter. You love it when elephants and lions approach a waterhole. I know exactly what you mean. There's almost an excitement, or it's as if they really look forward to it, you know? Especially elephants, they do a bit of a jig, a swing in their walk. Can we also say some thanks for the fact that we're not hearing construction sounds while we're at Jamala? I've heard that the construction is almost completed, although I must say by just looking, I think there's a little bit way to go. But hopefully it'll end soon. Let's Go Safari, welcome on board. You say that this is the first time that you and your husband have watched this show. And thank you. Well, thank you for allowing yourself the space and the time to spend in the African wilderness with all of us. And remember that if you have any questions, just like you sent through that comment, please go ahead and do that. We love chatting to all of you. We love getting to know our WildEarth community. Sharing thoughts, having interesting discussion, and learning from each other. know. There's a little blacksmith lapwing just at the bottom there, quite close to where the elephant is going to walk. There we go. It looked like they were about to have a bit of a powwow, which they often do. Poor blacksmith lapwings catch it quite a bit. Hello, Mama. Yes, you with your family? Oh, look at this. Elephant, giraffe, and zebra all together like that. I'm not sure what the wind sounds like at the moment. I'm just going to try and tilt my head. I'm not sure it's going to be very helpful. But anyway, let me send you over to Lauren while I try to find a spot where you don't hear too much wind.
Jamala waterhole is just the best. I had the best time there ever last year. Look who we found. Another species to the list, but also it's Batavia. Catherine will be very happy. Hello, Batavs. Oh, this bird is just so cute. I feel cute aggression when I see this bird. But many of you have been asking when will we know if they are male or female. And I've been trying to do some research. So it does take up to 8 years to get the full plumage, but bear with me. Between years 2 and 5, that is when the sort of juvenile brown plumage that you can see on Batavia right now will start to be replaced by much darker feathers, really dark brown and almost black. The tail becomes much shorter around this time as well, and the face starts to become yellowish. So that's between 2 to 5 years. Now, from the 6th year onwards, it's the pure black feathers that appear. So the dark brown feathers are then replaced by black. So it goes from sort of the brown that you're seeing now, the nice chocolate brown, to dark brown, really dark brown, and then into the black feathers by the 6th year. It's only by the 8th year that they're at their full adult plumage. So I would think maybe around the 5-year mark you could possibly start to tell if it's a male or female. Because as soon as you start to see the signs that those primary flight feathers, that second panel, are turning grey, then you'll know, okay, then it's a female. But no, they're not turning grey, they're going dark, then you know it's a male. That's still a long time to be able to identify the sex. Of course, if we could hold Batavia and have a look, we would be able to sex it. But we can't do that, so we have to wait until we get evidence, and the evidence comes in the feathers. And they're on their nest tree, their original tree. Michelle, you get my aggression. Oh, I get it so much. You're squeezing your TV. Urgh. I know, I feel it. I just think Batavia is adorable, just like Batilda was. Always hanging around, and I tried yesterday during my private safari to actually find Batavia, but no luck. And here you are, back on your natal tree. Very relaxed. Some birds, if you sort of drive the car underneath the tree, they really just fly away. But Batavia is very relaxed. Totally used to having vehicles around. Okay, I'm going to continue on to find more species.
Are you yearning for a private virtual WildEarth safari adventure with our naturalists and crew? We have got you covered. Sign up to be an explorer before the 15th of August and you could win a private safari experience. Make lifelong wildlife memories with either Steve
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
or Cedric. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
They're on a bit of a go-slow at the moment though. Not a whole lot of food available. Shorter days and lower temperatures mean they're not really at full power. But Granny Mango, tortoise or terrapin yoga moves for sure. Lots of very oddly outstretched legs, trying to get sun on all the awkward bits and maximize their body charge. They breed on land in the sand, laying about 8 to 10 soft-shelled eggs, which will take 60 to 90 days to hatch in the summer. After which the tiny terrapin hatchlings, about the size of a small coin, come scurrying down to the surface, or scurrying down to the water's edge. Totally independent of their parents, they'll look after themselves from day one. Something that is typical of pretty much all reptiles.
There because there's some impala that were having a bit of a go at each other. Just gonna pull out my binos and have a look again. Oh, they're just off to the left by that big tree. I can hear a red-eyed dove, but our elephants have moved on. We still have our zebra back in the distance there. I've been told that the wind is not too bad, so I'm pleased about that, as in what you can hear. Now, I am looking out for a speckled dove, or two speckled dove that I saw earlier. Where did you go? I love to sit at the waterhole with my binoculars and just see what's happening. Just sit and wait. See what comes down. Whenever you're still in the bush, it allows you a much better perception of movement as opposed to you moving at the same time. So anytime that we're able to just park off for a couple minutes is so useful. Mac, it would be nice to see a honey badger, Mac. I fully endorse honey badgers. I love them. We often have, or whenever we do have sightings of them, it's very fleeting. In fact, this morning I thought we might see a honey badger because we were on a road called Rattle Road. Unfortunately, that road had no life on it. No animal life on it. And it really was. It felt like the longest road without anything happening on it. But you're right. Honey badger would be great. I'm also hoping that those, I was telling you about the buffalo bulls that we see often. Oh, we've got some more elephants in the distance. And those, Lord, those impala are just at the tree where the elephants are, but on the other side. I don't know if they'll still be there by the time. Maybe they'll get chased by the elephants. There they come. Larry, you say yay, Trishala and some impala. Let's hear it, Larry, at Jamala. Oh yes, oh yes. There's so few words that rhyme with my name. So it's always cool when a few do. I like to squash it all together. Oh, this is a nice sizable herd. We're going to we're going to be patient and make sure that we really get the opportunity for them to come through and then be able to listen to those sounds. One of the best things at a waterhole is listening to the sound of elephants as they drink. Oh, and watching them approach like that. It's very, very dry here. So you'll also be able to see the dust as they move. Hi Viv, you'd like to know if I'm roughly in the same position of the actual camera that we'd used during live at the waterhole? Not really. So the camera is off to my right. So if you were looking at the camera now, okay, so Viv, I'm assuming that you watched the camera, the Jamala camera. So you know if you look towards the left, or if the camera turns toward the left, there's a fence line. I'm against that fence line on a little 2-track. So I can't drive more forward. This is as far as I can go. So I'm the same distance away from the waterhole as the camera, but I'm considerably further left. Or further east, I should say. Oh no, Anna, don't do that. Anna, don't do that, because Anna, that's what I'm thinking about right now. Anna says, imagine if we get wild dogs. I know, Anna, I was just thinking about it. Wouldn't we just be the luckiest? Here they come, speeding through, kicking up dust. Yes, there's water. Oh, look at the trunks swinging, the ears bobbing. Oh, you want to be the first to get you. I wonder if they race in that kind of way. To get to the pipe first. There's some tinies in there too. Hello, tiny. This is exactly what I wanted to do today. So that's quite a large bull. And he seems to be the only one that's a little reactive. Now there we go. Everyone's tipping their trunks in. Lloyd, just towards the... Yeah, perfect. I just wanted to see there's this little bubba there. If you look at the edge of the waterhole, it's really high. So that means they've got to really stretch out their trunks to reach the water. And that little one barely reached the water, so I'm sure it'll go around to try and find a more accessible spot. Did you hear that? There's so much wind, I'm not sure that you'll be able to hear too much. But there was just a low trumpet.
Hail to thee, blithe spirit. Bird thou never wert, that from heaven or near it pourest thy full heart in profuse strains of unpremeditated art. Higher still and higher from the earth thou springest, like a cloud of fire, the blue deep thou wingest, and singing still dost soar, and soaring ever singest.
All right, how's this? So we've just relocated on these beautiful Nkuhuma male lions, the young boys. And as you see, he's getting ready to run. So on your marks, get set. But how nice is it to have these young boys so early on the sunset safari. And of course, there's his lip scar. This is the male that's got the scar on the lip. I think, do I see it? Was I right there? Didn't see nicely. So this is, there is 4 young males that we've got here, and as I just said now, they are from the Nkuhuma Pride, but these 4 male lions are getting to about the age of 4 years old. So they are starting to become more like a nomadic boys and start moving around together, because you must remember these young males, they are going to be pretty much a coalition one day. In other words, they are going to be together forever. But for now, they haven't got a set territory. They're still in their pride's territory, and they still rely a little bit on the pride themselves. But never know, maybe they will head back to the rest of the pride. I'm not too sure where the Nkuhuma Pride is. Some of the people say it's south of Garimane, in other words, south of Djuma property. Some of them saying it's inside Djuma. So yeah, there's a lot of back and forth information on the rest of the pride. But yes, for these boys, perfect timing for them to start leaving the pride. Usually it is about 4.5 when they start moving away. Of course, the bond between these individuals have to be really strong. They're right there. Lillian, yes, it's beautiful to see these boys again. Stunning. I just want to see, the other one went to lie right behind the vehicle. Is he still running? I mean, not running, he's still walking. Yeah, he's lying down there now. Well, it looks like their general direction is going south, which is perfect. That's going to go on to Djuma. They mustn't go north. If they go north, it's just going to go into Buffelshoek, and we do not have traversing in that area, so they need to move south this afternoon. But for now, they are going to just rest. Typical for lions. A nice warm day like today. You know, they are just going to try and save that energy for tonight. We'll rest here, so we're pretty much in the same area as we had in this morning. So if you do know the Djuma area and you'd like to know the location of these young boys, so we are on Buffelshoek boundary. We're just north of Buffelshoek Dam. Yes. All right, well, we're going to sit a little bit longer here. Let's head over to Lauren as she's doing some birding.
Well, it didn't fly away, thank goodness. Hello, lilac-breasted roller. You're a wonderful species to find. I tried to get you guys on camera this morning, but it didn't go to plan. And you can see these tail streamers at the bottom of the tail. They're very beautiful, but these tail streamers are not always there. They're definitely not a sort of feature that you should use when identifying the lilac-breasted roller. When they're there, great, but they can shed them when they're mating. After the sort of breeding season, they can get rid of those tail streamers and the tail just looks like a normal tail. Haven't seen a purple since being back. We always get purples around the western side of Djuma as well. And of course the Europeans have gone. I'd love to see the racket-tailed and the broad-billed. I haven't seen those. Darcy Miller, thank you. You're giving us some moral support. Owen is really into this. He is just loving this. So we're going to go with it. We're going to enjoy it. What's your star sign, Owen?
Libra.
Me too. Okay, so we're both stubborn and we're both quite balanced and we're both competitive. October, aren't you? Yeah. Yes. We're October babies. So bring it on. I'm just being ridiculous, but I am enjoying it. It's forcing me to look at other animals and stop for different species, and it's really what we need to do. Instead of driving ourselves crazy to try and find animals that don't want to be found. But on that note, we are going to keep bumbling to the hyena den, and hopefully it's active.
Do you sometimes imagine what WildEarth would be like without adverts? A chance to properly immerse yourself in nature without any interruptions. Sign up to be an explorer for a small monthly fee and you can truly escape into the wilderness. Ad-free viewing is now available on our app as well as on our website. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
That wind has been pretty consistent throughout the drive. Doesn't seem to present too much of a worry for elephants. Again, there isn't a whole lot that's willing to threaten adult ellies. Perhaps a little calf left all on its own might succumb to lions or hyenas, something like that. But babies getting abandoned is super rare, and they make amazing mums. This little youngster coming right up. She's probably only 3 meters from us on the left.
Another bird to add to the list. We got a brown snake eagle. Look at it. Perched on the very end of that branch. It's remarkable. And it's windy. And yet it's just holding itself still. And look how easy it is to spot these raptors. From a distance they are huge. Especially in winter. I mean, it's still quite a lush winter, but you can really spot their big bodies. And from far away, you might not know. Brown snake eagles do have quite an easy body shape to identify, but still, you might not know. You might need to get a little bit closer and get those binos out. And then you'll think, aha, brown snake eagle. And Darcy Miller, you are a Libra too. That is amazing news. Okay, you're very much on Team Wendy then. Whether you like it or not. You're here with us. Go Libras. And I do just want to give a big shout out to Animal Lover. You are saying hello, hello Africa, and hello beautiful Lauren. I'm so glad I have found this channel. You can't believe how excited I am. Thank you to all of you guys. Oh, Animal Lover, we are super happy to have you here. I'm very glad you found this channel. We have been going for many, many years in different parts of South Africa and even Eastern Africa. But where we are right now, Djuma Private Game Reserve, that is our base, that is our home. And we've been following the animals out here for years, driving ourselves crazy for years. But very glad you're on board. Thank you, Animal Lover. Seeing a lot of raptors around here, and I have to say it's really wonderful because in Madikwe I don't think the diversity or abundance is as high, and here we're seeing battle ears every day, brown snake eagles, martial eagles, vultures, all sorts of raptors. It's wonderful to have them. Oh, okay. Wow. Owen is really determined. Here we go. We have a bird. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to identify the species from here, Owen. I think it's a vulture. Can you still see it? Or are we just looking at blue sky? Ah, there we go. Oh dear, no, I don't think it. Down the bottom, down the bottom. He just had it.
See in this one, it's see if you can see it.
I can't anymore, I'm afraid, and unfortunately I would not be able to get a species out of that. But we are going to bumble to the hyena den, and maybe if we get a little bit closer we can possibly see it again. This is where I had a lappet face the other day. This is getting so exciting. As I go to the Misi Kaya, we're going to send you guys over to Liam with these elephants.
So still positively inundated with pachyderms. No complaints though. We're getting some wonderful interaction from many members of this herd. We've had a couple of young bulls jostling, wrestling, tusking each other. It seems to have cooled off a little bit for now. We are so fortunate with the quality of elephant sightings here in the Greater Kruger, with many of these elephants kind of accustomed to having cars within reason, in brackets, kind of around them, provided we stick to a couple of rules and approach in a nice way. We're often allowed a view into the social element of these family dynamics that you wouldn't otherwise see elsewhere. I say rules though. Samuel, no, I wouldn't say on purpose. Bachelor herds will approach breeding herds, especially around like water points and things like that, water holes, dams. Very often though, a breeding herd will kind of try and move out of the way. Often these bachelor groups have very elevated levels of testosterone. The males can be quite boisterous. That's not the kind of action the cows want around their small and fairly vulnerable calves. But yeah, there may be interaction between different bachelor herds, and I can't see that interaction being too negative. Not unless you've got sort of must bulls on either side. Again, they're highly, highly social animals. And many of them have relationships that stretch far and wide across the environment in which they live. Again, there's also evidence that they can recognize up to 100 other individual elephants. So they have sort of extended friend groups. Much of their interaction is quite positive, even if it is just a brief greeting and they pass each other by. There's so many mysteries locked up in the social side of elephants. Tony, definitely calm and easy. Again, a bit like people, they have good and bad days though. So we do have to approach these herds tentatively. Watching for negative body language, especially from the big dominant cows, the big adults that make all the decisions. If any of them show us that they're upset, and we were to just sort of go bumbling straight in, we could put ourselves into a world of trouble. Getting cornered by an entire breeding herd of elephants that's been upset by something is not where you want to be. A single female has the power to flip this Land Rover over. Thankfully though, and I've said it so many times before, they are excellent communicators of how they're feeling. You just have to be able to sort of read the signals. This is actually a great example here. This female gave us a little bit of cheeky behavior as we arrived. Yaku, that's a really, really interesting question, and I would say, why not? I wonder if they're just accents or potentially even different dialects, different languages. I wonder if savanna elephants would be able to talk to forest elephants should they be be put in the same place. There is the most phenomenal book called Elephantums, written by an author, Lyle Watson, a South African guy, in which he talks about, it's a really tragic sort of situation, the last elephant living in the Knysna forest. There is only one left, and she's been on her own for decades already. But he details in his book a report of that elephant stood on the beach with her trunk outstretched on South Africa's Cape Coast. And the person who witnessed this, I don't know if it's myth, if it's a proper story, actually witnessed whales surfacing in the bay, and this elephant rumbling in the direction of these whales. So I wonder if there was some back and forth there. Might be a bit fanciful to think so, but it's a wonderful thought. Yeah, if you haven't read that book and you are an elephant fan, my goodness, it's a good one. Elephant Whispers, or rather, sorry, Elephantums.
Those sounds just go straight through you.
Ah, happy days. Den days. June is here with Junebug. Normality has been restored. We came this morning, but no luck. And no sign of Intima. She may arrive. And it's interesting Liam should talk about dialect, because there was actually a study done on whales. And they all have different songs, but they can learn a tune from one another. And depending on the different areas around the world where the whales are found, they will have different dialects. They won't be able to communicate with other whales from other areas of the world, but they can come in and they can learn that dialect. It's amazing. Complete cultural revolution for an animal like whales. I wonder if hyenas have their own dialect. I wonder if the Juma clan have a way of communicating that possibly the Elephant Plains clan don't. Or maybe all the hyenas in this area have the same sort of dialect, but the hyenas up in the Masai Mara speak differently. I wonder. Maybe that's a little bit too far out of our reach to actually know that stuff. But if you think about the remarkable number of calls a hyena has, 14 different calls. Nathan, you're sure of it. Alrighty. You think different regions have different dialects. I think you're onto something, Nathan, although we can't probably prove it. Hyenas are very complicated anyway. I mean, within a clan, each individual within that clan can recognize all 14 calls of another individual from the clan. So say there's 20 members, that's 20 times 14. That's a lot of different calls you have to learn. And then you're going to recognize everyone by scent. So possibly not visually, but by scent, absolutely you will. That's a lot of sort of cognition going on, high level of cognitive abilities to be able to understand everyone's call and what they mean, and then understand everyone's scent. I think Junebug's very hungry. And all organisms have to be able to communicate. Even if you are the tiniest little insect, you still have to be able to communicate. To attract a mate, to stay safe, to warn, whatever method that is, has to be some form of communication. Top Cat, you've grown to really love hyenas. Well, I am glad. I think the way that we spend time with them on WildEarth is very different from how they are portrayed otherwise. I mean, look at the cuteness here. Look at the way June's body is positioned. Look at just Junebug being crazy little Junebug. And I'm glad, Top Cat, that you've changed your perception. Yes, there is a fierce side to them, but there's a fierce side to leopards. There's a fierce side to lions, my goodness. Cheetahs. Every animal really has its fierce side. Even elephants, rhinos. It's survival at the end of the day. Survival is not just climbing trees, wallowing and drinking water. It's part of it, but it's definitely not all of it. But at least we can add spotted hyena to the list. I don't think it's on my list. I've got about 10 days left and I'm really hoping Intima lets us see our little young ones. Cosmic Carol, it is a lovely cuddle. Junebug just fits perfectly under there. Look at the two of them. It's adorable. But you know, by the time, in 10 days' time, Intima's cubs will be at about 2 weeks old. And that's definitely old enough for them to start exploring. Not like Junebug, but they'll still start to pop their head out. Where does Junebug disappear to every day, they must think? I'm going to have a little look outside this entrance. I want to see what's out there. So I think we will get views of them. We will continue our species mission, but I just think for now we can sit and relax and just enjoy our dandies. And while we do that, we're going to send you guys over to Liam with his elephant roadblock.
A young bull just feeding away quite nicely just to the left of our Land Rover here. So comfortable with the vehicle. Not more than 6 foot from us, tucking into this bush willow. Not even batting an eyelid with me talking away here next to him. Yeah, and some pretty formidable little tusks for only a small guy. He's probably only 6 or 7 years of age. Just looking at those photos of Ezelwini sort of in the early 2000s, who's to say this won't be a future big tusked bull in the greater Kruger. Maria, it's so difficult to pick just a single thing about them. I'm absolutely nuts about all the interaction that goes on in the families, and I think the fact that they look after each other so nicely is probably the biggest thing that connects me to them. I mentioned in an earlier segment they make ferocious mothers. Should a little elephant calf find itself in a sticky situation, stuck in the mud, fallen into a hole, something like that, the moms will try for literally days, if they have to get a youngster out. There aren't many mammals that will put in that much effort, and it shows the strength of that bond. They are much more like us than we think. Another big reason I love to view them, and not only with WildEarth but with guests, is the fact that the action never stops with Ellies. As much as I enjoy some nice lions or a leopard, so much of their time goes by sort of with the predator fast asleep in the shade. Look, don't get me wrong, when there's action it is full on, tends to be very, very exciting, but Ellies just never stop. They're always moving, swishing tails, twirling trunks, communicating, bathing, splashing, digging holes, play fighting. It just goes on. And you can have all of that happening at the same time. I'm a big fan. I have been for years and years. I don't think it'll ever stop. So Steve, African Ellies obviously occur exclusively on the continent of Africa. Distribution of the Asian elephant is limited to obviously mostly Asia, but physically, anatomically, they are both quite different. They might look visually a little bit similar, sort of for a layman. They've got big ears, grey skin, lots of wrinkles, a trunk, tusks, but the African elephant is probably up to a third larger on average, possibly significantly more than that, with some of the very biggest of Asian elephants reaching a maximum of about 4 tons, I believe. The very biggest of our African elephants in excess of 8 tons. Huge. And then subtle differences. Asian Ellies have much smaller ears, Their skin is prone to freckling, so you tend to see lighter patches of it with lovely spots. African ellies obviously tend to have the very dark skin, much bigger ears. And then even down to the tip of their trunk. The African elephant has two prehensile tips, almost like two fingers that come together, allowing them to pick up very small objects if they want to. The Asian elephant only has a single sort of finger on the end. And then much more common in African elephants for both sexes to have tusks. In Asian ellies, I believe only the bulls do. Yeah.
Do you love relaxing at a waterhole with the sights and sounds of Africa all around you? Well, we have some really exciting news for you. From August 1st, Africam is joining forces with WildEarth to bring the majesty of Africa right into your living room with 9 incredible new waterhole cameras from across South Africa and Kenya. Get ready to embark on a new journey. This is Live at the Waterhole.
Cool. Well, I think BK and I might continue our bumble a little bit. These ellies have been wonderful. So yeah, we'll pull out forwards, but obviously keeping an eye for that slightly cheeky female. We don't want to step on her toes this afternoon. Oh, we've got an ellie roadblock round the corner. Yeah, we may have to hang on a bit longer. Could be worse though. There are certainly less exciting traffic jams to be sat in. That is that cheeky female in the road. Nicely.
We have a lineup for the hyena den, my goodness. I'm a bit shocked, but we'll stay here as long as we can, and then when the other vehicle arrives, we shall move out and make some space. Precious moments all round. Look at this gorgeous paws. I was just looking at them, Owen. June has big tracks. You've got big feet for a lovely dainty girl. You can see them. I saw them coming. I knew there was a hyena here, so really fresh tracks walking all the way to the den, and they're big. Also really cute. They walk some distance, I'll tell you that. It's remarkable how much time the Juma clan are spending on Juma. It still is very much part of their territory. I mean, we're about 200 meters from Gowrie, Main, would you say so, Owen?
Tiny bit more, maybe.
Yeah, maybe a bit more, but it's really not far. So to them, they don't know there's a boundary line or a property line, and it's very much within their territory, but they are still utilizing Juma for sure. Still using our camp. For whatever reason, they love to come into our camp, especially if they've had a braai. FC, all we can hear is random radio queuing. Rachel, 100%. Always welcoming. It builds their clan. More numbers. And of course, it's a female matriarchal society, and that matriarchal female element is driven to obviously reproduce, and they're excellent mothers. So you will see that all the females will interact with the cubs. None of them will be aggressive. You may find a female might scold one, but it's not aggressive. It's just teaching that little one that maybe they're overstepping their mark, or maybe they're trying to suckle from a female that they really shouldn't be suckling from. But that's all learning. That's all sort of teaching the youngsters. Whereas it's actually very lovely to see all the females interact with other cubs. No matter if the cubs are high ranked or low ranked, it doesn't matter where they are on the scale, the females will interact with them in a very tender way. Completely welcoming. I think it's very exciting to have cubs. I think it's very exciting for the clan dynamics, and I also think the males get very excited by new additions. We had Corky, Koa, I think it was Indabelli and Indabelli's cub, and another one. There was 5 of them there this morning. I was also there on my private safari, and they were just hanging out east of the Mowati. I haven't seen any adults at the den in a while, other than June and Intima. I really am waiting for that day when I come and there's lots of adults and they're all discovering that there are new cubs and they come to greet them. Did not catch that name, I'm afraid. But I'm not sure predate is actually the correct term. I'm not sure you use the word predate. I remember discussing this with James. I'm not sure that is actually the correct word. However, you mean, do they have any predators? Essentially, no, not really. Nothing really hunts them to eat them. But of course, they do have enemies, and their main enemies are the lions. Lions will absolutely kill hyenas. They'll kill the adults and the cubs. And you will find other animals will kill the cubs. For example, leopards, wild dogs. any other predator that comes along, the cubs will kill them, I'm afraid. And that's why they're stashed in the den. But as for an actual predator, not really. Nothing hunts them to kill them and eat them. But out here in this area, lost a lot of cubs to lions and leopards. Adults too. Cindy D, they won't. They won't know who Daddy is. Mum may possibly know, but the cubs will not. Very similar to elephant societies. The males really don't have much influence on the cubs. If you've seen Mum mate with the male, then again you can probably presume who Daddy is. But even similar to leopards in that regards, they do mate with different males. And of course the ranking system is very much important in that regard, who mates with who. But the cubs will have no idea who Daddy is. They will meet other clan members, they'll meet the males, but they won't actually know who Daddy is. It's all done by the females in this society. I think that is the other vehicle slowly approaching. So we may have to pull out shortly. And then, of course, we continue looking for species. We're really into it on Team Wendy. Esther, mum and child enjoying the sunny savvy sand, absolutely. I think they're enjoying just being with each other and this precious suckling moment. It's a really nice temperature. It's not that hot, it's cooled down. The light's not that harsh. So I think we've been really lucky to spend time with June. But for now, we're going to send you back over to Liam with his roadblock.
So our elephant traffic jam continues a little bit here.
My peg is off.
I think my microphone might have gone flat. Yeah, my microphone is dead, unfortunately. Please just give us a second. How's that now?
Speak, you have to speak louder.
Okay, so hopefully that's a little bit better now. We're just trying to sort out flat microphones. Yeah, let's see how that goes. But yeah, if you can hear me, we're still stuck in a little bit of an elephant traffic jam here. We've got an elephant cow in the front, very, very close to the road. So I'm not going to be pushing past her. Trapping her up against the vehicle would be risky. Okay, I think the microphone story is a bit better now. So yeah, as soon as she gives us a little bit of little bit of a gap there. We will slip out. We've received quite an exciting report that the pixie pan female leopard has been found. So we'd love the opportunity to try and go and have a look. She is in a spot which has historically been a bit patchy for signal here on Pridelands, so it might be a bit of a shot in the dark. But at this stage, I think well worth a bash. As ever, animals have right of way. These ellies could care less about our leopard objective. But that's all good. I've always felt it's very, very important to leave an elephant herd feeling good about your presence. Topcat, most certainly. Not many negative encounters, but certainly one or two that are enough to make your eyelashes curl. Working on a reserve about an hour's drive from here, maybe even less, about half an hour's drive from here, Olifants West, outside the town of Hoedspruit, with a vehicle loaded full of French guests, first time on safari, first game drive, desperate to see ellies. It rained, it was super windy, no reports of ellies anywhere, we didn't find any tracks. And then just before the drive was supposed to end, somebody called in a single elephant on a cut line about an hour away. So we shot over there, spotted this ellie halfway up this tall slope from a mile away. Anyway, made our way up this side of this hill. As we arrived, this elephant disappeared into the bush. So I approached gently, as I always do. As we approached the spot where this cow disappeared into the bush, heard a scream, and this female elephant, I thought it was a bull because it was all alone, came ploughing out of the bush towards us, full speed, like we were her worst enemy. She stopped just feet from the side of the car, to the horror of my poor French guests, and then she let out this immense rumble, and out of the bush about 20 other adult females and all of their calves completely surrounded the Land Rover or Land Cruiser, giving us multiple charges from all directions. It was absolutely terrifying. Again though, a testament to the fact that you have no idea what's going on in their lives. It was sort of worst case scenario because we were on a hillside at such a steep gradient, there wasn't a whole lot I could do, but I just tried to talk them all down, speaking calmly, trying to stop my guests from squirming and jumping all over the place. And eventually when we got a gap, we rolled backwards, started the engine, and then with the entire herd in tow, absolutely legged it out of there. Yeah, and they chased us for probably 500 meters down this hillside. So very, very scary stuff. Again though, those sort of encounters are few and far between, thankfully, if you operate safely and consciously with what you're doing around them.
Not everyone gets excited to hear a leopard chuff, spot a pangolin, or see a real impala rut. But if you are wild about the wild, you can become part of a community of like-minded nature lovers and share authentic wildlife experiences with the world. Join the Explorers Club and you will also enjoy the many benefits that come with it too. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
find the heron. I'm also a bit shocked the Egyptian geese are not around. I mean, where are they when you need them? They're always around. It's actually quite rude of them not to be around today.
Yes, to my left is 3 mud-otters, and then to my right there's another mud-otter by himself. These 3 mud-otters.
We're still going to sit here. It's beautiful. And I think if we just sit long enough, we might get that heron. There are so many things to tick off the list. It's going to be a busy few days. Tomorrow and the next day. Woo! Stakes are high. No luck, but I'm going to keep looking.
Well, we are finally back. We obviously had to leave Jamala. Unfortunately, it was such a wonderful spot, so much happening. But at the end of the day, if we can't show you, then it doesn't really count. So we're on our way now, quite far from Jamala. And look at this, a crowned lapwing. Hello, you. We saw a blacksmith lapwing over at Jamala, and I did see a magpie for a shrike just now that decided also to listen to the director's comms and fly away as soon as it saw us. Now, we'll usually see these birds in pairs, so I wonder if there's another one around. As it moves around, it will slowly be looking for little invertebrates, termites, ants, things like that it can gobble up. That was just Starling turning. She wakes up every now and then. Sound of the satellite moving. Where's your partner? They are monogamous. I mean, it could be that this particular individual doesn't have a partner just yet. And like all lapwings, they nest in a little scrape on the ground. Hi, Reggie. Oh, I actually see its partner. Sorry, Reggie. I just saw its partner in the distance as well. So both are here. Good for them. Reggie, you wanted to know if these are the biggest of the lapwings. I'm not sure. Let's check the bird app quickly. I would say like wattled lapwings look really big. But let's have a quick look. Bird guide, lapwing. Okay, so here we go. African wattled lapwing is 254 grams on average. Senegal lapwing, 115. Black-winged lapwing, 180 grams, of course. Crowned lapwing, 185. Long-toed lapwing, 190. Blacksmith lapwing, 160 grams. White-crowned lapwing, 193. So, no, it's not. The African wattled lapwing is the heaviest of them at 250 grams. Surprisingly, the first time I saw an African wattled lapwing was on the streets of Johannesburg. Yes, not exactly the environment you expect to do a lot of birding, but there I was, stopped at a traffic light, and then Boom, what is that? It's a wattled lapwing. So I got to strike that off my list just from being in the city. Let's reverse a little bit. There's grey go-away birds just on this side. No, don't do that. No, don't do that. Well done, Lloyd. There we go. We got a lapwing. And we got our grey go-away birds. Well done. Let's see which other birds. Yeah, it counts for a ranger race. Now I'm not sure what we're gonna do next. I actually wanted to go behind these mountains, but some of the roads are not very well used. And I prefer not to damage vehicles. It's also the right time of day, you know, things are starting to settle down. So pretty much we could be anywhere and start to get some clues about the bush. Oh, let's go this way. We've gone this way before though, but we've gone this way too. At least at the top here there is a waterhole. Hi Sipiwe, you'd like to know if people can go on bushwalk here at Madikwe? Yes they can. Just want to check there's no vehicle behind us. They're on the other side. Okay. Yes they can. So I think a maximum of 4 guests at a time, or perhaps it's 6, I'm not sure, but not very many. And you can go for a bushwalk, but you have to obviously go with a guide. The only real kind of I mean everything is focused on the guests' safety. So as long as they're able to, the guide is able to say that they can take a walk and it'll be from this time to this time. Nice. And they stick to those times, and that's all that matters. And then they can take them on a walk. Hello, hornbills. Well, at least all the birds are out on this main road. Hi Tiggs, you'd like to know if a naturalist does a bushwalk, we're looking at some yellow-billed hornbills here, do they have to have a rifle? Somebody has to have a rifle. So for example, when we do bushwalks, the naturalist is not the one that carries the rifle, because the whole, like I said, we're focused on safety. And if so, the naturalist is focused on presenting, focused on thinking about what they're going to say, and then focused on finding animals. They really shouldn't be the ones that have to be focusing on safety as well, because I think it's way too much and it compromises everyone's safety. So when we go and bushwalk as naturalists for WildEarth, we have obviously our cam up, our naturalist, and then we have a game scout. And the game scout is the one who will look out for our safety and will carry a rifle. We won't carry a rifle. It's just, you understand, it makes sense that we're not the ones who are responsible for safety while trying to also be on camera and enjoy the sightings and find sightings with all of you. Now, a bushwalk in a reserve, not a naturalist, as in not a presenter or naturalist for WildEarth, just a normal bushwalk that you would go on in a reserve. If it's a Big 5 reserve and there are potentially, all animals are potentially dangerous, but if there are Big 5 animals that we know are especially dangerous when walking, or when we are walking, then they have to have a game scout and a backup. So that means 2 people in charge of safety. You might find in some areas as well, in some reserves, they just don't like the camera on them. Steph, I agree with you, absolutely. You say you love the light coming through their beaks. I do too. So beautiful and yellow, and this reminds me of the sun. Anyway, shall we keep on going? See what other treasures we can find along this very main, very well driven road. Maybe some reptiles basking. That would be nice. Trying to take in the last bit of the sun. Much like me, I feel like a little bit of a reptile trying to take in the sun. Anyway, off we go. I hope we'll make it to the water hole before it gets too cold.
Did you know that the WildEarth team makes weekly behind the safari content? Would you like to get to know the WildEarth family better? See how we live.
This is Igor's bedroom.
Learn about our production process. And see the antics that happen off camera. Sign up to be an explorer and you will get access to all this content and more.
Hello, my name is Maurice. I am from Perth in Western Australia.
Hello, I'm Stéphane. As you can hear, I am French and I'm doing the 35 days online course.
I started watching WildEarth during COVID. I decided that I wanted to study more, and in order to do that, I saw that Eco Training Pridelands was doing courses, and I decided to do the 8-week online theory course at the end of last year.
So the 35 days course, it basically starts with theory online, 3 sessions a week. Very enjoyable. We went really deep into it. Very holistic as well. Really enjoyed it. It goes from insects to stars to obviously your mammals and your birds. I liked the 2 components. It just got me really well prepared before I got here.
Despite my accents and my misunderstandings, everyone has been very helpful and comprehensive to help me to understand everything.
Whether you're a seasoned professional or just starting out on your journey towards becoming a conservationist, our digital courses offer a flexible and accessible way to deepen your knowledge and understanding of the natural world. So why wait? Sign up for an eco-training digital course today. Start your journey towards a more sustainable and connected future today. Looking to pursue a career as a professional field guide in the African bush? Eco-Training's Professional Field Guide course can make that dream a reality. This comprehensive program comprises approximately 5 months of theoretical and practical training in the African bush, with highly qualified instructors where participants will complete various certificate courses. You'll learn essential skills such as animal behavior, tracking and identification, as well as gaining in-depth knowledge of the African bush and its ecosystems, all while living in a real-life safari camp. But the learning doesn't stop there.
You couldn't have come at a better time. We've got a mother cheetah, she's running into this herd of topi, wildebeest and zebra. And who knows, maybe she's spotted a youngster that she thinks she can single out. It seems like she may have. Look at these shots! Fascinating! Well done, Manu! Who are you going after? What have you found? It's a young topi, she's got it! Can you believe it? Here come the adults coming back from the right. They've stopped. Let's stay on her, because maybe even these zebra will have a go at her. Can you believe it?
It does look a little bit on the tired side, doesn't it? His eyes look very exhausted. Oh my goodness. Oxpecker, you're almost the size of that impala's head. Be gentle. Just be slow. Still learning. Here we go. Getting another spot that the impala can't often reach, right near where the horns is just starting to push out. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, it's a little one. It's a juvenile. And it's also joining the party, waiting for somebody to feed it. Yes, flappy feathers. Oh, shame. I can't get rid of them. Look at them, like they're having an argument. No, you leave me alone. I said, don't go there. Shame, little one. You might have to buck and rear to be able to get those birds off. Holding on nice and tight to your fluffy fur.
But essentially, the females are always bigger in the realm of spiders. So I think this is a garden orb, but I am hoping someone can clarify it. What is she up to? Wow, look at those views, Dobby. Louise thinks it looks like a damselfly. I can't really see from where I am. And considering I came here a very dramatic arachnophobe, I'm very proud of how far I have came. So with the golden orb-web spiders, the females are said to reach 30 millimeters in length, and the males only go up to 5 millimeters in length. So there you have it. There is a drastic size difference between male and female. He looks like a tiny little dwarf in comparison to her.
So we are up in the area of where we hope to relocate on the pixie pan female. She jumped out of the tree that she's been in, And we're getting this from vehicles that have passed us because our radio has failed. Thankfully someone has lent us another one, and we're just going to try really hard over the next couple of minutes to manage everything and hopefully get into this sighting at the same time. But let's see. Yeah, I'm surprised we've still got signal up here. I think the benefit is that we're quite high up. This is sort of a ridge top, so hopefully it holds out. I'm not exactly even sure where we're supposed to be. I've got a rough idea. Apparently the guys have managed to relocate her, but it's all very broken telephone. Second or third hand messages. So while we try and figure all of this out, I think let's check in with Lauren at a waterhole.
We're doing some gentle birding, and we're here at Chitwa, and I'm absolutely over the moon because I didn't think I was going to be able to go live here, which would just break my heart into a million pieces. But here we are. We've got the grey heron taking flight, and we've got Egyptian geese. I didn't think I would be so happy to see Egyptian geese in my life, but here we are. Very happy. So that's 2 birdies, and then... unless we can identify that species. Oh no, our jacana's disappeared, Owen. We do have a blacksmith lapwing right at the other side of the dam, 12 o'clock. We did have a beautiful jacana for you. Oh, it is still there, Owen. I'm not sure you'll get a view, but you know what? Let's try. If you just run along, yep. It's there. I think it's there. You've got it at my finger. Yes, it's the worst views ever, but I think you've got it. I am hoping it actually moves into the open so you can see that it is a jacana. Come on, there we go. Sorry, that was my big fat head. Okay, 4 different species of birds. Excellent. Was hoping for a fish eagle, but no such luck. So let me just scan around the dam. We'll also give you views of the dam because I know you guys are not seeing it as much as you probably used to. Melissa, thank you. You have just given us a day off, and I'm very grateful for that, Melissa. If you just go here, Owen, at 2 o'clock, we've got a whole bunch of... Oh, I've just lost them. Hold on, let me get my bearings. Just zoom out and I'll guide you. Up here, got a whole bunch of hariras, South Africa's very favourite bird. Yeah? There we go, hariras. Okay. Didn't think I would be so excited to see them either, but you know. Chitwa is really good for birding, I have to say. It's one of my favourite places to come. But let's just show you Chitwa Dam. We struggle for signal here now, but... So I've definitely not been coming as sort of often as we used to, but it's still one of my favourite dams. I've had the most incredible sightings on this property, and it's so small, and yet, wow. The stuff you will see happen on this property is just phenomenal. Benji, that is a good question. One that I'm probably not qualified to answer, I'm afraid. We're only really just starting to look at communication across the animal kingdom, really deep into communication and how animals talk to one another. And when I say talk, I'm not meaning verbal, I'm meaning communicate, how animals communicate with one another. We're only just scratching that surface. So to actually be able to say that one species of birds communicates directly with another, that's tough. Yes, they can watch one another and maybe sort of get some verbal clues on what the other is doing. What was that, Owen?
I was trying to see.
I wasn't paying attention. But as to can they talk to each other, that is a very tough question.
That all thick me, huh? Can you see it with the binoculars?
I think that's just a bit too far away for me to give a species. If any of you can identify that bird, please let us know.
Oh, Farron. Middle of frame, with the binoculars, we've got the crocodile. Dead center of the frame. Binoculars, that's a crocodile.
Oh, is that the crocodile?
That's the crocodile.
Well done, Owen. Owen has got the crocodile right in the center of frame. You could just see those tail fins. Well done, OD.
Stay up to date with the latest happenings at WildEarth. Discover what goes on behind the scenes and get a weekly recap of the best moments on the channel.
He's got it! And he's straight up a tree!
Sign up to be an explorer and receive our newsletter written just for you and sent straight to your inbox every week. WildEarth Explorers, a club for people who are passionate about nature.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
How's this, guys? And that is the pixie pan female leopard with great relief. Now Brendan, one of the other guides here, has managed to give us some assistance on a borrowed radio with the use of WhatsApp pin drops, and we've got the spectacular pixie pan on a marula branch in the sun. Oh my goodness, beaut! She's on the go. It looks like she's actually hunting. So we're going to see what we can do to follow, keeping in mind this is not a Sabi sand leopard. Yeah, they are a bit more skittish out here. So let's give it a bash. Yeah, judging from her body language, I'd say this pixie pan female is hunting. We've got another safari vehicle here in the sighting with us. So we're just going to do our very best to try and sort of get a view of her, but also not disturb her at the same time. Hey, easier said than done in this thick stuff. Top cat, winner, winner. Ah, that is super cool. Very, very challenging off-roading in this Pridelands area because of the presence of all of this red bush willow. It's in the same family as the leadwood. The stumps are Land Rover killers. But we're going to do our level best. She sort of cut in here somewhere, I think. She's not running away from us, but she's been staring in this direction the entire time. So I think there's potential that she's after something, or perhaps she's even seen another leopard. Oh, crikey, that's tight. Like a glove. Or something like that. Again, off-roading ethically if we're going to off-road at all. Avoiding saplings, little hardwood trees trying to grow. Super. Well, I see everybody in the vehicle in front standing up, so maybe they've seen her. I think we're going to go over to Lauren though.
We've bumped into some elephants on Chitwa. I'm sure you can hear. There's a bull with this herd with the most magnificent tusks. I'm going to try and show you him in just a moment.
So sorry for losing Lauren there, but we've managed to relocate on this pixie pan female in a fairly thick patch of bush, but she's quite relaxed, still focused on whatever's going on a little bit further east of us, occasionally giving us a little bit of a glance at putting BK's focus skills to the test in this thick patch. but he's doing a bloody smashing job of it. My word, this is a pretty female. Please don't ask me how old she is. I really don't have any of that information. She's little though. I know that she has had a number of litters of cubs, so she's definitely not a young female. But yeah, particularly delicate. She's little. I'd say 20% smaller than Tlalamba in the Sabi Sands. Earl, I could not agree more. Okay, she's sort of slinking off there. We'll try our very best. You see her moving there, Beaks. You still got her. Did she stop? Okay, BK's got her. We'll just make space for this car as it pulls out, and then hopefully we can position in a slightly more open gap. You want to come out? Okay, sorry to start while you're framed up there, BK. Let me pull in. Thanks a million. Oh, she's out in the open. Oh my word. Oh, gorgeous. Look at this cat. She's very, very twitchy. That could obviously be with the other safari vehicle pulling out of the sighting. But she does seem to be after something. Her attention has been focused on this area the entire time. I wonder if there's not another leopard around here somewhere. And that is my first Pridelands leopard on camera. I think I've had 3 or 4 glimpses between. Steve, definitely. Small packages, but good things. When the leopard sightings are harder to come by, you almost relish them even more. So appreciative of that. That's amazing. Yeah, she's got a very dark nose, so she's certainly a mature female leopard. My goodness, she looks like a cub though. She's tiny, tiny. Possibly a bit of a local adaptation to tackle smaller prey. With there being lower densities of impala in the area, she's maybe focusing on things like steenbok and duiker. Surf 50, she absolutely is. I haven't seen many ugly leopards, but she's definitely very, very pretty. She's got quite a long face. Yeah, looking right at us. We have to give huge thanks to one of the eco-training vehicles who handed us their handheld radio. That was ultimately the piece of functional technology that saved the day. It got us in here. I'll definitely be buying Henry Parsons an ice cold beer this evening to say thanks. Steve, quite normal. By definition, a leopard is a super opportunistic predator. My word, she's actually stalking something right here. Check it out. I wonder if there isn't a scrub hare or something in this patch. You've heard the expression leopard crawl. Doing everything she can not to disturb the grass that she's trying to move through. So yeah, Steve, leopards extremely opportunistic. They'll hunt in broad daylight, in the dead of night as well, sort of whenever something comes along. Something has definitely got her attention there. Ears back, her whole body tensed. I can hear somebody else trying to make their way in here. Annabelle, certainly a very focused face there. I still have no idea what she's looking at, but she definitely seems to think there's something worth stalking in this bush to the left. I don't know, maybe it's just the wind in the grass. Thanks there, Tiggs. I think we'd probably give you the job of handing the Oscar over, though. She doesn't have thumbs to hold it. Now, there is definitely somebody else trying to make their way up the hill. A very loud Land Rover. Again, leopard sightings do happen here in Pridelands, but it's not an extremely regular occurrence. So everyone is very excited. She's still super focused here. Even those whiskers tense. Anna-Marie, she is facing us beautifully. I am going to have to talk on the radio a little bit, so excuse me for that. Station on approach for this female Ingwe sighting for Liam. Station trying to approach this Ingwe lock for Liam.
Standing by, I'm trying to maneuver my way through, but I'm not quite sure where I should be going.
Calvi man, yeah, we've got your audio. We're somewhere to the east of you. You're not far, we've got your audio. I can't start at this moment, unfortunately. She's very close to the vehicle and she's stalking something. But yeah, keep making your way east. We're parked under a very large knobthorn.
Okay, copy that. Thanks, man.
Cool, my apologies about that. Yeah, teamwork makes the dream work out here. we've got to try and give everybody equal opportunities to get into sightings. Fair is fair. Someone helped us, and we'd hope if we are in that position again, we'd get help again. Especially with an animal that is nice and relaxed like this. Yeah, that is superb. So Starbuck, it's no coincidence that a leopard's whiskers, when sort of stretched out at right angles from their lips, are just about as wide as the widest part of their body, which is their hips. Again, it's much more likely that a leopard is going to be slinking through very thick vegetation, going under logs, that sort of thing. Now, the whiskers are supposed to give the leopard the ability to judge distance in total darkness.
Yes.
We've got your visual there, man. Yeah, just keep coming towards us if you can. This ingwe is on the left-hand side of my mova.
Okay, copy. Thanks.
Yeah, a wonderful adaptation that would give this female, if the circumstances required it, the ability to hunt even in something like a cave, in total darkness, just feeling her way through. Yeah, that's an interesting comment there, Elka. Quite possibly a lot like Kara. Again, I've seen no movement at all from whatever she might be stalking. So I don't know, maybe this is a case of mistaken identity. Could be that she's got something like a scrub hare or a franklin or maybe even a civet or a genet in this long grass. But I wonder. Oh, my word. Coming right out. Yeah, Kelly, interesting to view individual details like that. There is so much variation between individuals after all. Irene BK is smiling away. Thank you very much for that comment. I always say it, but not his first rodeo. Mad skills right here. Andrew, the video guy, she is unbelievably photogenic. Also in golden hour light. A wildlife photographer's dream. Well, the safari gods have certainly smiled on us today. Ezelwini to kick off our morning, and now Pixie Pan to see in the setting sun. Can you believe it? Pridelands, you beauty. Linda Poley, you and me both. I'm scared one of us is going to sneeze and scare her away.
Chatting around a fire is an ancient practice that has connected humanity for centuries, and we want to keep it alive in our modern age. As an explorer, you'll have access to intimate gatherings with our naturalists, fascinating guests, and experts where we share knowledge, insights, and stories around a crackling fire. Rediscover the power of connection. Sign up to be an explorer today and experience the magic of WildEarth's fireside chats.
Having a good go. I found the elephants here to be really relaxed, but of course that's not a reason to become complacent. We should always be cautious around elephants, always give them space, and especially let them decide if they would like to come closer to you, as opposed to just quickly driving in with speed, giving them a fright, and then plopping yourself right close to them. Gotta give them a bit of warning. Give them an opportunity to react if they want to, and while you're at a safe distance. If you just speed up and park right next to him, they don't really have an opportunity to react until you are very close to them. Oh, look at that. You can see just how bright the sun is, and there's another elephant. I hope their way to the dam that I want to make my way to. These elephants are really, really relaxed. So it looks like we have a few young males. There's another youngster on the other side. You know what? I feel like we've seen these three before. But no, we're quite far. But I've been seeing threes quite often. So this is a cow. In front of me, the one we were looking at first. Oh, look at this. She's going to meet her baby now, who's on the other side. Hi, Thaddeus. It is the perfect time of day. And it is like a dream, especially as she walks and she kicks up all that dust. Now she has a little calf that's there. And that's just the side of the pole that holds up the canopy. There comes the little calf. And the one that was right in front of us, that is also her offspring, but this is her newest addition. Still dependent offspring is the bigger one that we had in front of us earlier. Oh yes, all done in one go. Baby is suckling while mum gets to relieve herself at the same time. Imagine being such an absolutely large animal. In fact, Liam touched on this earlier, way back in the beginning of the Sunset Safari, when you touched upon how much elephants sleep. Very little, in fact, 1 to 2 hours. And if you imagine being such a massive, massive animal like this, where do you have the time to sleep? So much eating has to happen. So much eating has to happen to sustain this body. And then the same goes for, I mean, a lot of the time we see them feeding, we see calves suckling, and there we go. And the females are urinating and defecating at the same time. They do these things simultaneously because they need to focus on eating to sustain themselves. So if they can do things at the same time, they go ahead and do it. Carolyn, you sound very happy. Day made indeed. Oh, look. This is such an amazing angle to see the mouth like that. Go on, lift up your trunk so we can see inside of your precious mouth again. I love how the ears are just kind of sitting on the side of the face as if it's got a bob haircut. Oh, I sense a bit of rushing now. A bit of rushing. Oh, there we go. His mum and calf, or this one's younger sibling, started to move off. Maybe nervous flatulence too. Hello, Yue. Thank you for spending this time with us. It was wonderful to see the inside of your mouth. Yes. Okay, I think we should. Oh, I'm gonna have to wait for you. Okay. Just gonna have to wait for this guy because just give it a second. I just needed to wait for him so that he could be comfortable and know that he can cross without me disturbing him. And then we'll turn around.
Chatting around a fire is an ancient practice that has connected humanity for centuries, and we want to keep it alive in our modern age. As an explorer, you'll have access to intimate gatherings with our naturalists, fascinating guests, and experts where we share knowledge, insights, and stories around a crackling fire. Rediscover the power of connection. Sign up to be an explorer today and experience the magic of WildEarth's Fireside Chats.
professional field guide in the African bush? Eco Training's professional field guide course can make that dream a reality. This comprehensive program comprises approximately 5 months of theoretical and practical training in the African bush, with highly qualified instructors, where participants will complete various certificate courses. You'll learn essential skills such as animal behavior, tracking and identification, as well as gaining in-depth knowledge of the African bush and its ecosystems, all while living in a real-life safari camp. But the learning doesn't stop there. Following the theoretical and practical training, students will embark on a placement program period of 5 to 6 months. During this time, you'll work alongside professional staff and management at a property, putting your newly acquired skills into practice and gaining substantial practical experience. You'll be fully prepared for a fulfilling and rewarding career as a professional field guide. Enroll today, locally or internationally. Take the first step towards your dream bushveld job today.
All right, yes, I had a fantastic private drive, some lovely lion action, but unfortunately those 4 young Nkuhumams have decided to move east, and they went straight into Torchwood. So of course we cannot traverse into Torchwood, so those young male lions are gone back east. All right, on top of that, now I have come towards this area because on Shabamu Road, one of the roads that's just closer to the southern side of Djuma, they said there was a male leopard that crossed into Djuma. And if I'm thinking about a male leopard on this road, there's only one male that, ooh, yo, no, well, this is a female leopard tracks going up. Yo. This is on top of everything, that. Yeah, there's a female leopard tracks going straight up this road. Yeah, no, that's fresh. Okay, I think I might turn around here quickly. This looks, well, let me just quickly go down. Someone says, yeah, I still haven't heard much about the Madulu situation. As I said, I will still keep my ears peeled for her. And just to see if anyone on the western sector has located on her and her young cub. I'm sure they're fine. I'm sure. Oh, that was very fresh. Aye. Alright, let's just go. But that's a female. They said they got a male coming up here as well. So, you know, sometimes what the guys say and what it actually is 2 different stories. But let's see. Let's just keep our eyes peeled. Let's keep our eyes peeled, yeah. Well, how nice is that for Liam getting Pixie Pan there in Pridelands. Lovely, well done, Liam. There's another vehicle, yeah. All right, let's turn around. I'm turning around for those female leopard tracks. That is still steaming with freshness. So yeah, I'm not going to try and miss out on that. Let's go. 5,000 point turn. Always good. All right, let's go up. Tracks on this side. I think she might have cut across towards Philemon's cut line. We'll just double check. Yeah, I'm going to grab my spotter light. Start looking at this. Alright, well, we're going to try and locate on this female leopard. Let's head back to Trish in Dikwe. Ja, ek het mostly my fuzzy England concerts going up.
Well, on this side, the setting is beautiful light. I had to pop my glasses on. Some sand or dust went into my eyes and scratched my cornea, which was not very pleasant last night. If that's ever happened to you, and even when you close your eyes, it's still like scratchy. But anyway, it's a little bit better today, but I decided to give it a break from the contact lenses just because of all the dust. So I've popped them on, and now we are near the airstrip, and we're gonna have a quick look at this little quarry that's on this side. So this is the area that the cheetah mum and her 3 cubs like to hang out in, but we had to view them after 4:30, but we didn't know. Sold upon them yesterday. We were actually not meant to view them. So if we stumble upon them today, we'll definitely not spend time with them. Especially, I mean, any time with any animal that has youngsters. Any animal after sunset, any animal with cubs, there's a. After sunset we don't view, but this one was a lot earlier at 4:30. Oh, there we go. Almost missed the turn off. Virginia, just like I missed half of your comment, Virginia, but it's okay. Jared will help me out. The airstrip is always a winner, Virginia. It is. It's just corrugated and so bumpy. So it's not the most live, but there's always something happening. Goodness, my eyes are... all that light from the setting sun was quite intense. Alright, nothing to report, but I'm gonna just position us so that you can see a bit of this landscape. It's beautiful. Really nice and flowy. There's a lot of smoke in the air that you can see there as well. There was a fire not very far away.
Do you love relaxing at a waterhole with the sights and sounds of Africa all around you? Well, we have some really exciting news for you. From August 1st, Africam is joining forces with WildEarth to bring the majesty of Africa right into your living room with 9 incredible new waterhole cameras from across South Africa and Kenya. Get ready to embark on a new journey. This is Live at the Waterhole.
You still got her there. Sorry, I'll Hello Andy, welcome, and what a pleasure to have you on board. Yeah, a little snippet into the sort of a day in the life of WildEarth. You just never know what you're going to get. But yeah, if you enjoyed what all has happened today, I hope you'll be on board with us again at some stage in the future. Our missions obviously continue morning and afternoon, every single day, day in and day out. So be sure to check in again. Our spotted hyena just sort of heading to the opposite end of the clearing there. We may loop around and try and get another view before it crosses the cut line. Cool.
We heard kudu alarming in this block, and then we heard Franklin's going crazy. So I think it's safe to say there is a predator in this block, but it's obviously dark now. And although it's quite an easy block to navigate, it's not a nightmare one, as we would say. We need to try and find where to start. It would be lovely to get a last minute something. Hyena was also whooping away, but that's just a concept call. We saw Indabele's cub, thank you Michael for the ID, on Chitwa. But sadly, signal was too tricky. There are just hyenas everywhere. Did not catch that name, but I don't believe so. I'm afraid this is a little bit awkward. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure. We will have to see. I will be gone in 10 days and we will have to take it from there. But at this stage, it's looking a little bit unlikely. But hopefully they move back onto Juma. And I am doing my very best. Every day I'm visiting. Every day I'm trying to find out about the Misi updates. So we'll get there. Hopefully we'll get more information in the next 10 days. And when I say information, I mean things like I don't think Indabele's cub's been sexed properly yet. I don't think we fully know if Corky is still the matriarch or not yet. Hasn't Tima got one cub or two? So many questions. So I'm hoping to get more answers, and I will do my very best, that's for sure. Wonderful people for allowing us to go in, and it's so unbelievably kind. I appreciate my friendship with them, and I think they've opened their doors through friendship. This is frustrating. It is quite a big block, to be honest, but there was definitely something moving and it's upsetting everyone. I think one more loop. Queen of Loopers over here. Queen Looper. Lauren the Looper. And you never know, we might see some other nocturnal species to add to our list. Owen, you're not going to be my cameraman tomorrow. What are we going to do? How will I win this competition without Owen? Anyway, as I do my loops, I believe Cedric is doing his.
Thanks, Lauren. Queen of loopers. Queen of bloopers. Loopers. Alright, I'm on Philemon's cut line. I am still trying to follow up on that leopardo that has been coming up on Shabamu Road. I'm keeping my eyes peeled and I am going south. And they still say no, there was also a male leopard that crossed. We did not see that male leopard crossing, but what I'm going to do is going to go down this side and just work this area just to see who's come across here. Unfortunately, I was quite far away when that did happen. I was still watching those male lions crossing over into Torchwood, those male lions. Oh, sorry, I've got a bit of a hiccup there. But yeah, let's just take a look carefully. Shreyas, I'm not, understand. Yeah. Find that leopard. I know it's so tough. At the moment, it's just avoiding us at all costs. It's fine, like it goes through its moments. Sometimes, you just have to really be at that right place at the right time, but it's fine. I'm just going to keep my eyes peeled in this side. I'm sure we'll still get that leopard very soon. As I always say, if not today, tomorrow. Tomorrow's another day. Tomorrow is another day. But yeah, let's take a look now. Now. There's a female coming up this side. I know we had, what's her name, Kalamba the other day. She went south and then she took exactly this route onto Shabamu as well. But of course coming back north again. So yeah, let's take a look. Let's see if it's her. Jane and Nick from the UK, spectacular multitasking from the guides. Oh, you're talking about with the spotlight and driving. Yeah, some of us can do it. Some of us. Sorry, I just thought I saw eyes there. Yeah, well, you get used to it. Eventually you get used to it. I don't, if I start moving off the road, of course, I've got Gert that's behind me. He'll just tap me on the shoulder as like, keep your eyes on the road and your hands upon the wheel. I think a song just came out of that one, eh? Alright, let's take a look. And it is this time of the evening, perfect time for now for something like a leopard that's going to be moving around, and it'll be now. Barbara, yes, I think I need a little bit of leopard luck. I've got a feeling a leopard dance is in order. I think a good old leopard dance, not now, it's too dark. Maybe I might be leopard bait if I have to be outside the vehicle now, but maybe during the day, a good old leopard dance is in order, and bring that leopard luck back to Djuma. Indeed. Indeed, Barbara, indeed. So I'm just keeping my eyes peeled. Especially, if I don't know if it's TP, if it was the male as well coming over, and if it was TP, it was just sometimes you'll cut across this side onto Zoe's. Yeah, yes, indeed, Zoe's. So I will go look there. I see a eyeball looking at me. So I just want to see. It's a day cup far in the bush. No, it's a day cup, sorry.
Attention all nature enthusiasts and budding safari rangers. Get ready for an epic showdown in the wild. From July 30th to August 1st, witness our skilled rangers competing head-to-head, racing to identify the most animal species. Only one will be crowned king or queen of the ranger race. Don't miss your chance to be part of this thrilling adventure. Jump on board and join the race.
Heart is pumping right now. So it's still not clear enough for my way to the dam specifically, but that's because I wanted to see elephants at the
Well, that was pretty epic. He even got up for us. He's definitely looking for the rest of the lionesses.
Found the predator. Not a leopard. But it's a species from my list. We do have a lioness. This is exactly where we heard the calves on. almost give or take where we heard all those alarm calls. Hello, beautiful. We've done loops and loops and loops. There was no way we were going to go into that block, and we've just got lucky. Predator eyeshine is very red. Especially lions, it's really red. A lot of different animals have a different color eyeshine. I'm just going to quickly call it in because I know there was other vehicles. Okay, in a moment. Stations, we did locate Mufasi and Gala heading south on Twin Dams Road just at the junction with Ellie Carcass. Oh, and if I could just ask you to turn that light off. Mufasi and Gala heading south on Twin Dams Road.
Oh, okay, coming along from Churchill.
Copy, I'm going to follow for now, just heading south past Ellie Carcass. Copy, make your way. Okay, here we go. Doesn't that feel good? When you're looking and finally you get what it is you're looking for. I didn't know if it was lion or leopard. And I don't know who this female is, I'm afraid. But if any of you can ID her in the dark, then please do so. Okay. We've got some more Mufasis now. Kimberly, thank you. You're seeing us in Kahumas. Wow. Obs, I'm not copying you. They're all here. This is amazing. Hey, crows. I haven't seen you guys in a very long time. Obs, is that you behind me?
Hi, let me take a try. I'm at quarantine.
Aubrey, is that you behind me? Okay, I'm just going to pull to the side so that we can let the other vehicles see. In Kahumas on Juma, well, I never. It has been a long time. When I first arrived to Juma, this was just complete Nkahuma land, in Kahuma territory. You didn't see any other prides for a long time. What a way to end the drive and put a predator like a lion on my species list. They're listening very intently. But the thing is, they're quite close to Twin Dams and they are moving south, which is not ideal. Rock Candy Susie, you're saying who else just held your breath? They were right next to the car. I thought there was just one, but the whole bride is here. Okay, this is amazing. We'll let the other vehicle go ahead and we'll try and keep up with our Nkumas.
Hi, my name is Claire. WildEarth has been part of this home for many years as it connects us to the bush and the culture that we love and miss so much. I became an explorer so that other people around the world can get to experience the African bush in this unique way as well. I am beyond excited that I was drawn to win the prize at Ambakala Game Reserve for 3 nights. It is truly a dream come true.
Sign up today and you could be the one experiencing it for yourself.
See if we can find her. It's not so cold this evening. It's nice and fresh, but it's not cold at all. A lovely evening. Well, they did say tomorrow and Tuesday a bit of overcast weather coming through and maybe some rain. Well, that's not very pleasant. I'm not very happy with that news. I don't need rain at this time of the year. Alright, let's get onto Philemon's dip, go towards the clearing. I think go towards
Stitching now, recommendation something means having to watch Hydrogen Junction Elephant.
Sorry, I just had to pick up on exactly the comms there and see what was happening. copy that. But all right, well, let's go towards the clearing. Let's go to the clearing this close to our campsite. Let's see what's happening around there. Presence of humans there. Oh yes, pick up on the smell, the sounds of the human voice, the smells of a human. I'm sure a leopard can sense, but just remember, we are not prey species to a leopard. That's why they will not go and jump into the vehicle to go and eat us, because we are not any kind of prey species to them. But they can sense us, they know we're there. Oh yes, anytime, every time you see a leopard, they know it before we know they're there. All cats got fantastic senses. Not just the cats itself, but all these wild animals. If you don't have a good sense of smell, good sense of hearing, sight, if you're lacking all three, well, you're not going to do too well. So you want to make sure that your senses are top notch. Yeah, oh, giraffe, cool. I think so. I also sense that I almost say giraffe dance. Leopard dance. Giraffe, cool. I know. Last time I think it's helped me once. Oh, you remember when I did the one that giraffe, leopard dancer once? I actually brought rain. So I think I might have done the wrong dance that day, and it was more the rain dance than the leopard dance. Because the next day it was pouring with rain. So I've got to watch out on what kind of moves I use. Yes, yes, yes. Alright, we are now coming slowly to the clearing. Yeah, it was a fantastic drive today. There was so many great things. Nice lions, a leopard. Unfortunately, I was on a private show as well, but I'm not too sure exactly on the other feeds on what was happening too much that side. But yes, Bill, I'm sure there was fantastic sightings all around today. Always enjoy it. Always, always, always. Now, look, well, I guess if Juma doesn't get the leopards, well, it seems like Liam in Pridelands is picking up on the leopards. So somewhere along the line we are getting rosettes. Sure. Alright, well, we're not finding too much aside. Let's head over to Lauren to see what's happening with those lions.
That was so wonderful to see the Nkahuma Pride. Sadly, they all sat down, it was beautiful, and then they did end up going down exactly where the Wiggs house is, down that sort of embankment into the Mowati. They've been on the property all day. No one could locate them. They were obviously in a really tricky spot. But I just want to say, Michael, you did say The pale-eyed Nkuhuma lioness and the tattered-eared lioness were the first two, and the rest of the ladies followed. Thank you, Michael. That's why all the kudus and birds were calling. Well, that's a win for tonight. Leopard luck, I don't know. I'm finding it's going to be a difficult. Dollshine, you're saying perfect way to drive. Absolutely. Especially with the Nkuhumas, who I haven't seen in quite some time. They will always be my favorite pride. Always and forever. And that's the area we were working as well. We were in the Mowati, we were scratching around there, and then luckily we heard those alarm calls. But they're after something, so it might just hunt Juma. Bakari, love that. At least we solved one mystery of why the Kudu and the Franklins were losing their mind. The leopard mating mystery, whew, that is one. Yeah, I have no words for that. Sorry about that picture breakup, everyone. We were just going through a little dip, but as soon as we pop up the dip, it bounces back. Sorry about that. It wasn't for the lack of trying. Cedric worked it, then I worked it, and then Aubrey worked it. It really wasn't for the lack of trying, everyone. It was a mystery. A real mystery. Some mysteries of the bush, I guess, are never meant to be solved. Earth Lover, you're saying something about anticipation and excitement to the next level. I think a little bit wrong. But it is exciting when you hear the calls. And of course you've got to look, you've got to keep searching and searching and looping and looping. I didn't think we were going to get lucky, but we kept searching and then we got our lioness. The first lioness. I just thought it was one to start with. And then the whole pride came out. It's really unfortunate they went into the Mowati, but they're after something in there. If they get lucky, they'll be on Juma tomorrow, but if they don't get lucky, they're mobile south. They're very close to our southern boundary, which is called Gowrie, Maine. So what's next? Do you think we can get an owl for our species list? Luckily I'll be with Gert tomorrow, and he's also a Libra. Gert and I share the same birthday, the exact same day. So I send him a happy birthday message each year and he just forwards it right back to me.
We love all the support. We read all the comments, and now we want to acknowledge our biggest fans. Do you know when Ribbon was seen last? Or the names of June's cubs? Do you remember the last time we were up close and personal with an elephant? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you are in for a treat. WildEarth's Fan of the Month. We are looking for you. For more details, make sure to read our monthly mailer and keep an eye out on our social media pages. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
So chameleons are completely harmless. They have no venom. They do bite occasionally, but you'd have to be handling one really, really rough, potentially squeezing it or something like that to get it to really turn around and try and nip you. But having said that, there are lots of interesting myths and quite a bit of folklore around them. Mac definitely is still as a statue. Couldn't agree more there. And we'll try and leave him undisturbed. But yeah, so a bit of myth and folklore around chameleons. Many people in our local communities fear chameleons on a deep, deep, deep level. There's beliefs that they might be venomous, that the bites could kill. And certain African people even believe that a bite from a chameleon can cause a human being to change gender. Possibly something to do with a chameleon's ability to change colors. But thank goodness that is not the truth. They are absolutely harmless. It's a nice little reptile.
Alright, so we are now here at the open clearing. No luck on that leopard that was coming north. We will give that one a go tomorrow morning. But for now, we are just enjoying this very static moment with some Burchell's zebra. As you can see, they're not even moving. They are just standing and looking into the distance. Beautiful male that you can just see much larger. You can see his neck. Quite a stunning stallion. It's nice to have zebras once again here on Djuma. It seems like over the last couple of weeks, giraffe and zebra have been moving through Djuma quite a bit. And yes, nothing wrong with that. Perfect. Love it. I just love that mane. It's standing upright. Almost like a little bit of a punk hairstyle. Jasmine, indeed. Those colors, the black and the white, is made for infrared. It just stands out so much more in a way, don't you think? Especially that black. It's black. It's lovely. Oh. And I just love watching some of these patterns because each one, as you know, each one has got a very unique pattern on them. So you'll never find a zebra that's got the same stripes. And look at those stripes on the face as well. Very, very pretty. What a beautiful animal. And that little mane, that little mohawk, or not mohawk, but I like a mohawk or punk hairstyle that's hanging over the forehead. He's quite a handsome boy. Carlo, last minute zebbies, yes, Carlo. It is nice to see these zebras right at the end of the drive. Quite a few of them. I think there's more in the background, but this is the closest one for our infrared. I think there's about 9 or 10 of them all together. And there's some impalas around in the area as well, so how many times you always find zebras and impalas, sometimes kurus in the mix, standing on these big open clearings, nice and safe. I feel way more comfortable knowing that there's not too much trees and bushes surrounding them, where a lion can then sneak up to them much easier. Kimberly, thank you. Yes, it has been a fantastic drive. Beautiful lions. Nice to see Lauren finding those nkuhumas. A nice pride of lions heading south. And also those 4 young nkuhuma males. Unfortunately, they went directly east into Torchwood. And I think old Liam had a wonderful sighting with a pixie pan in the Pridelands. So yes, great sightings all around. I know that Amakala, it's down in the Eastern Cape, there has been a lot of rain and wind. So I'm hoping that Ralph and Morgan stays safe tonight and warm. And we can get to see them out tomorrow morning. But yep, thank you so much for all the comments and questions this afternoon. As always, thanks for joining us on our Sunday afternoon sunset safari. And please make sure that you do tune in once again tomorrow morning on our sunrise safari, as we are looking forward to some more action-packed sightings from the WildEarth team. Have a wonderful Sunday evening. Good night.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.